All right. Hello and good evening, one and all, on this Wednesday night. It's taken a little while for my dinner to be prepared. So I thought we'd go ahead and start our show here, which we will in just a few moments, and then we'll jump right into our first game. But of course, the first thing we got to do is do the Wordle word of the day, and of course, later on tonight, as per usual, we'll go through the letters in this week's little name and claim it word game. Or no, I'm not going to try to spell that one word out. So let's try. No. Oh, that's the way it's actually. But it's not the answer regardless. Let's see. Fists. No. Okay. Oh, could it be? Okay. Let's see. No. No, it's not that. Yeah, there's two S's, not one. Let's see if doing this other one will get us anywhere. No, it does not. All right, I guess last chance at it. Posset. Oh, that was going to be my other guess. All right, so that's the Wordle word of the day. Now we're going to go ahead and jump right into our games here. Obviously, the first one being the Wheel of Fortune Super Deluxe puzzles. That, of course, is what we're starting with here. But man, oh man, I was quite busy today with work and everything. So we'll talk about that here in just a second. But right now, let's get started. And what I am doing is, of course, I finished up getting some of the Downers Grove episode put together. Now I'm just waiting for the second part of it to be ready, and then once it is ready, which will likely be after Millionaire comes on tonight, then I'll get it put together. But what I'm going through right now is I'm seeing who ended up who tested today. I can see I heard Fort Worth test. I heard Cleveland test. I heard Cleveland tested. I was able to hear Tallahassee. I heard Detroit. And I was scrolling through earlier and I saw Mount Holly. But I'm going to continue through here. Yep, Fort Worth, Gray, Maine. It's kind of difficult with everything being clashed together into one. But maybe splitting it up would better, give me a better idea. So that's the other end of Wilmington. And then that's Buffalo, New York. And then Binghamton, I heard Albany tested. But since WXL 34 is still down, my logger, of course, never picked it up. And Charleston still tested despite the marine warning they issued later on. And State College, of course, tested. All right. Okay, puzzle number 2. And yes, State College did test. So let me take them off of here. I did go through Tampa already, as I've stated. And then Grand Rapids, I did hear Grand Rapids go. earlier. Paducah just ran their evening test a few moments before we started. And there's the other Grand Rapids station I've got in there. I assume now Miami tested, but the stream I have in there doesn't even work somehow. But I can check the AM/FM just to confirm. If I keep scrolling up, maybe I can take this time and see who else tested. Yeah, see who else ran their weekly. KWMU tested despite being in there. Well, they did test when I was in there. No, KWMU tested while it was in there in my monitors. And then a few other ones went as well. And there were a few other ones who tested also. WDSO apparently relays the Chicago test. I did not know that. I didn't know they relayed the Chicago weekly, but I'll have to take a listen and confirm. And I can see that DC tested quite late. I heard from Radio Frenzy that he gave up on DC right after 12 noon. Well, when it came 12 noon, he gave up. He gave up on trying to get the DC test. So he gave up on trying to get DC, and then they tested at 12:02 p.m. Eastern Time. Now let me be sure that that actually is the message. Sure, sounds like the message.
11 a.m. and noon. When there's a threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday, the test is postponed to the next available good weather day.
I'm surprised to see that Chicago still ended up testing despite that marginal being in central Illinois. But I entirely understand their decision. But I entirely understand why they made that decision, why they decided to do it, because there, of course, was nothing there. The only thing they've issued today was that marine warning, which has since expired. So, yeah, which has since expired. I was gonna get the issuance, but then when I saw that the warning, when I heard that the warning was already had already been updated, I essentially gave up, and I decided I'm not including that marine warning. It's not like that matters anyway. But anyway, what am I here to check? I'm here to see if the Miami station I had in my logs ended up testing. But remarkably, the station, all of our services were actually were actually operational the entire time that all of this was going on. Well, while the weeklies were going through, the station was entirely operational. We didn't have any dropouts or anything. That's Puerto Rico. I don't see Miami. But furthermore, I did not see a statement from them announcing a postponement of any kind. So I guess maybe the station that was in there wasn't working? Or maybe they did test, but I guess we'll find out later. But for now, Miami is off of my list. But I'm going one at a time. And then who else went? Oh wait, this is the rest of... Wait a minute, this is the entirety of Wilmington. That's the entirety of Wilmington, Ohio. And then I did see Louisville. And then Northern Indiana. And since I stated literally that DC had ended up testing, and Wakefield did both their morning and evening tests, I'm going ahead and taking them off the list too. So Cleveland, I think I took them off already. Yeah, I think I did. And then I heard Tulsa test. Yeah, I heard Tulsa run their test. In fact, at work, I'll go ahead and state a little bit of what happened other than Downers Grove today. And I mean, this season already, I've already made quite some history this season with Downers Grove, and I'll talk about that here in a moment. But first off, for work today, since my station was running perfectly, in fact, it relayed everything. Well, it relayed everything almost perfectly, but regardless, I was able to easily tell who was testing, who did their weekly. So far, it's everybody except Kansas City because there was severe weather going on there this morning. That's the only one. That was the only office who did not test. Who did not test this morning because of severe weather. That was going on earlier in the day. But let me continue on down the list here, and I'll talk about why this season of Downers Grove is already so significant. It has already been so significant. So, yeah, I'm still trying to catch up on these notifications and things like that. And that is Mount Holly, I can tell. So I gotta remember which one's Allentown, which one is whichever. So I want to make sure I'm going in the right order. Okay, so that was just those few. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. No, I wanted to search in here. So everything up to 4651 is part of Mount Holly. So let me take these two out. I did not see Marquette go. I probably didn't check to see if it was working. But Louisville tested quite late. So I do see Melbourne. Boston was quite late as well. So I must have taken Boston off already. All right, and then we have, and then we go to the Central Time Zone. I gotta make sure I'm doing the right ones here. Make sure I'm doing the right ones. So I gotta be sure which one's North Platte, which one's Milwaukee, which one's whatever. Okay. So this is Corpus Christi. I remember hearing La Crosse. Yep, Quad Cities. Tested. Hopefully that new Memphis stream worked. And yes, it did, because I see WXK49. So great, my new Memphis stream works. And okay, and then I see the other usual ones. Austin, and then Green Bay, and then who else? Lincoln. Yep, I was able to hear Lincoln's test. Yeah, so then I was able to hear Lincoln's test. I assume Birmingham tested, but my logger didn't pick it up. So, oh, Lincoln's all the way up here at the top part because they can sometimes test at the 10 a.m. hour. Okay, so Lincoln, Peoria. And DC was not the only one who was late. New York was also late. Indianapolis tested, but I did see a notification about that. But I want to see when they went. Okay, I do see Nashville. Maybe I don't know if the stream is even working, but I'll have to check. I'll set Indianapolis off to the side for now, because while I know they tested, I need to see if that one still works. And also I need to check and see if Marquette's stream even still works. I need to see if it even still works. I'm gonna take all that off. And I did hear Bismarck a dozen times, so they did test. I know Little Rock tested, but the signal was so bad. And then that's Grand Forks, which is right up here. And then San Angelo, Texas. Maybe it was by this point when everything started to fall apart. So let's see. And then we go to the Mountain Time Zone. Oh, now that's dinner. All right. Well, what we're gonna do here. Oh, I can pause it. So. All right. I just heard the sound that the. I'll go ahead and just finish up the puzzle here. All right, there we are. So finally got one. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, I'll finish getting the weekly test postponement list situated, and we will finish up this Wheel of Fortune thing. So we've got more fun coming up after this. All right, welcome back. Well, that was a very good dinner. So let's go ahead and finish up Wheel of Fortune now, as we prepare for Millionaire, which will come on in about 15 minutes. Well, let me finish up with going through who tested, and of course I see Topeka tested despite the marginal. Who else went? El Paso. Yep, I see El Paso went. I didn't follow up too much with the Mountain Time Zone because I was having my lunch break at that time. So if Norman doesn't test at 7, well, I'll have to check. Of course, I didn't even check. And there's GSP. I was wondering if GSP ever tested. I was wondering if Greenville ever tested. They waited until 1:07 p.m. Eastern Time to finally test. And I heard Charleston, West Virginia tested too, in Morristown. Considering that I heard WXK 47's message. But I will have to check these URLs because some of these never picked it up. So I'm surprised that Charleston still tested despite whatever happened. And these monitors, these stations of such, I'm going to have to check. But I'm going to split these so that way I know who has postponed. And if I need to make any other adjustments. Because I need to see if any of these streams work. Because a lot of the tests the NWR did not pick up. So I'll have to check other sources like WJON. And I do see Riverton, Wyoming tested. I should have picked up that new one. So let me look at. So maybe it just kept going down. I didn't know. So let me see when. How long has it been operating? The last time was 9:42 a.m. Wow, it only went down that one time, and it survived. I am impressed. I am absolutely impressed. I did see Pendleton test, and then Payson or Flagstaff, Grand Junction. I'll have to take a look at each and every other monitor and see exactly who else tested. And then when we get to the Pacific Time Zone, I see we did hear from San Francisco, so that can come off. Chanhassen, yep, they tested, so that can come off. All right, last one. We won't have too much time for Hyperbowl because then when Millionaire starts, we're going to jump right into Monopoly. And of course, we'll play it during each, during each commercial break, just like how we did with Jeopardy when that was still on. So San Diego and then Phoenix. So assuming all of those monitors work. And then who else? And then I guess we just went right to KHB 60 Seattle, and I don't think anybody else went. Or maybe my logger just didn't even bother picking up the rest of them. And did it get Honolulu? Yes, it did. Okay. So now I'm going to turn my attention over to WJON. It's going to be kind of difficult because John is not because John removed the monitor URL field from the config or Asmara file or whatever this is he's using. So it looks like there were a lot of them that did not test. So let's see. Yeah, Because I see Phoenix was the last one. His thing got. That was the last one his thing got. My logger did not get Reno. I need to check all these monitors and make sure that they still work, because I know this is going to be a big problem. So, does Fernley still work? Okay, it does, but there is no sound. So it does, but there's no sound. I think that might explain.
It's on our pod was sunny.
Okay, so considering that Reno did test, but my logger never picked it up, for next week, I will be adding, of course, what I usually do is for stations who, and this is what I should have done, is add a companion station, because, I mean, I talked about it a lot, because if one stream is down, then, of course, I can have another one take over. Alright, so this does not work. I know LA tested, but the stream was not working. I know that for a fact. I don't see Medford, so I need to see if this one still works. Let's see. Does it still work? It is taking forever to load. So that right away is not a good sign. Okay, let me see if I could even open up broadcast. Oh, okay, there's the error. Okay, so maybe I might need to change things. So let me just pull up a random thing and put in the ID. I'll just change it. So maybe it's not working. Or maybe they might have changed stuff up. So it does work, it looks like.
Sutherland, Tiller, and Kalis South.
So maybe they might have changed things up since the last time. Okay, it looks like they don't provide the mobile link anymore. Do they still have that CDN? Nope. Doesn't look like that works anymore. So I guess they really made some changes. I think that explains why there isn't any Broadcastify stuff why all the Broadcastify URLs I have didn't even load. So I think that explains everything. So that explains why my Broadcastify URLs never showed up. Never showed up on my logger. So, all right. So that answers that question. However, I want to check Indianapolis to see if it still works. Okay, so we're going to come back to Vista in a second. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and jump right into Hyperbowl. But I want to see if Indianapolis still works.
It's too soon to determine if any storms will be severe.
Okay, so it does work. However, my logger never picked it up. But I'll go through and see who else tested. I see KABQ, so I can tell that is its counterpart, that being WXJ 37 in Farmington. Well, let me pull up the page for the IceCast thing. So we'll only have time for maybe 1 or 2 games of Hyperbowl before we have to stop, because that's when Millionaire is going to start. So just taking a look here and just seeing which ones work and which ones do not. Yeah, WXJ 37, I see it. So
Hour in the evening.
okay, so I'm not sure what's going on with Broadcastify. All I do know is that they made some changes, so maybe this might be the last bit of change that they had to make. And I think that probably explains why a lot of the Broadcastify streams never worked when I had those on for the severe weather event. So that might explain things. Alright, so this is where Albuquerque is. Alright, so... Okay, so there we go. So WXJ 37 is in there for next week. There's Grand Junction. I already had a substation in there. Riverton came up with Fremont County twice for some reason. And I see Norman tested. I could not tell if my logger... I couldn't tell if my logger received it or not. So let me look it up and see. KOUNNWS. No, it looks like it did not. So maybe whatever stream I had in there was not... Okay, so maybe whatever stream I had in there was not working. But there is a reason why we do companion stations. There is a good reason why we put in companions. Because if one stream fails, there's another we can fall back on. You know, to be sure that it receives it. So I will be adding Lawton into the rotation. Okay. So Lawton has been added to the rotation. So because of the issues, I don't think BJM ever received... Oh, that's right. I can only access it on here, but that's okay. So, this was pretty odd. A lot of the stations I had in there failed. So there was New York, there was DC, Corpus Christi. Yeah, the only station it really received was Philadelphia, and that was it. Okay, Raleigh. Okay, so Raleigh did test. However, again, as I said, I do not have a separate counterpart in there. That is why I will add a counterpart for Raleigh, so that way we can. Well, that way it'll receive it next week. And I should probably do the same thing with the other. Broadcastify streams, you know, to see if there's any other companions, and because I don't know if this, I don't know if the thing is having technical. I don't know if the Broadcastify thing is having technical issues, or they're making permanent changes. Permanent changes, I think that's more than likely what's going on here. So, that is why, as I've said, I'm putting in companions. That way the thing does not end up, continuously fail. Now that I think about it, I should probably do the same thing for Newport. Considering that we've been using that Broadcastify link for a long time, and we seriously need to make some changes. So maybe the way they handle the things have changed. I think so. But let's try popping it out, and then view source. And it's usually somewhere at the bottom where it provides a URL. Where it usually provides a URL or some sort. Or maybe it's called something else, or maybe they really changed it so that way these older things don't work. So that way these things don't work.
Feet per second.
So
For the Rogue River at Agnes, the gauge height was 3.8 feet and the flow.
okay, so all right, this will be the last course before oh, here we go. It's now called HLS01 Broadcastify Playlist.m3u8. Alright, you know what? Actually forget what the hell. Oh, my key. Oh, it's not in the virtual machine. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna be the only game of Hyperbowl that we'll have. So let's go ahead and turn that off for now. Head back to Vista. And since Monopoly's already inside, I guess we'll just go ahead and start the game.
Hi, have a look through the
of course,
cards.
that
For
would be
which
me.
token would you like to be?
Why don't we do the money bag?
So,
Because
what's the strength of and this
tonight is Who
player
Wants
needs-
to Be a
All right
Millionaire
then.
night.
How tough? Which? All right then. Add more. How tough? Which? All right then. How tough? Which? All right then. You can pick which when everybody's
Yep,
ready.
let's go ahead
Would
and
you like
start.
to use a special board?
And yeah, how about we do Los
Play
Angeles?
with the classic Monopoly rules or add some custom features.
Lots of custom features. Leave everything else as it is. Go.
Top hat, roll and good luck.
All right, so let me try these one at a time,
9.
and let me see what this is gonna do. So it's HLS 001 dot broadcast
Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
y.com
Bottom line,
slash S1 feed 43350 playlist. And just in case it loses the URL. Okay. So it does in fact open.
Looks like a 9.
Missing feet and missing CFS.
Okay, so it looks like this is how. Okay, so I guess they did change the playlist structure.
Roll those dice.
Okay, so I will have to make adjustments then to all Broadcastify URLs with the new thing. But how is this going to affect, doing the weeklies going forward? Well,
Race car. Burn a little
there's a
rubber.
good reason
Let's
why,
burn a
as I
little
said
rubber.
earlier, I would do all those companion stations, just to be sure that it receives
Perfect.
everything.
Floor it. As long as
And I
don't
do
have to
see
live there.
MHX has appeared, so I know they tested,
Your turn, Iron.
I can't wait to get started.
but considering that somebody else
Like a 9.
is already nice enough to run a stream of Newport,
Rolling
I'm going to
in.
go ahead and swap out the
You'll have to do better
Broadcastify
than
link for
that.
KC84.
Roll those dice.
Let's kick some people butt.
But if I have to put the Broadcastify thing back, then
Looks like 7 to me.
so yeah, I'll have to take note of these
Chance.
and
Let's see what it
of
is.
course readjust
Advantage
everything.
St.
So all the
Charles.
Broadcastify links
If
that
you pass,
remain
go collect
and whatnot.
$200.
Now obviously I didn't know
Top
about
hat,
all of this
toss those
until
ivories.
just today, like just now. Okay, so it looks like that's everybody.
Dorothy Chandler Pavilion.
I guess I can afford that.
So I'm gonna have to check all the other ones and see if they still work. I'll have to check all of them,
Santa
but I will
Monica.
get to that later because for right now, it's showtime.
Show me the money sack. 12. Ventura Boulevard.
Not the best you can do.
7. Waterworks.
Not the best you can do.
You have control of the dice cannon. 3. 110 Freeway.
I love being a property owner. Just let me bask for a second.
Race car, start your engine. 8. Looking great. 101 Freeway.
Pocket change.
Good luck, Iron. 5. 101 Freeway.
You'll have to do better than that.
Roll those bones, doggy. 10. Ventura Boulevard.
Smells like home to me.
We got 6. Santa Monica.
It's still money.
Top hat, it's up to you. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Metro Rail.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Looks like 7 to me. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Community chest. Show me that card. From sale of stock, you get $45. Show me the money sack. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants a trade. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done.
Alright, Millionaire just went to its first break. Now let's continue. And I think the Des Moines station wasn't working. I didn't see them test. So, we're going to have to check out all these other ones and see which ones work and which ones don't. First off, does my Athens stream work? It does, but it never received it. Huh. Okay. So, I did see Hall County. Is this Peachtree City or So that was Peachtree City. Okay, so they did test. However, my Athens stream that I had in there, for whatever reason, never picked it up. It never picked it up somehow. Despite it clearly being in there. So, that's why I'm adding this alongside Athens. That's why I'm adding Columbus alongside Athens. I want to check the Des Moines stream next to see if it still works. Okay, it opens.
And now the extended outlook for...
Okay. Now, did Des Moines even test? That's what I want to take a look at. So, it might not necessarily be that the stream never picked it up, but I want to see if they tested. I see a public information statement. Yep, they postponed both of them. Okay, so that answers that question. So Des Moines postponed both tests. And then I see, I think I remember seeing, oh no, Stormwire was in was in Florida. So, did St. Louis still test? That's the next thing I'd like to check. So that's the next thing I'd like to check here. They never released a public information statement, so it is best that we check their website.
Now skill a few biscuits on the bowl. A computer opponent is proposing the trade. Everyone accepts the trade. Well done. You got control of the dice, Top Hat. 12 boxcars. Ventura Boulevard. I guess I can hold that. Eater from Decatur. Malibu. I guess I can hold that. Show me the money sack. A computer opponent is proposing the trade. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. It's a done deal.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled.
All right, it's on break again, so let's continue. So let's see if St. Louis said
101
anything.
freeway.
Not the best you can do.
A computer opponent is proposing
Okay,
a trade.
so maybe they did test.
An AI player wants a trade.
The only test that appeared was from last week. Okay,
Negotiations have been suspended.
so that doesn't give me
Sorry.
any hope here.
You have control of the dice cannon.
So, does their stream work?
7.
Or does it not have sound?
Luxury? I'm trying to take care of the necessities.
Race car, start your engine.
Okay, that explains everything. The audio's like duplicating, and I think that's why it never picked it up.
Make
So,
repairs on your property. For each house,
I didn't see Hastings go, but I assume they tested, so does this stream work?
Press on.
Yes, it does.
Looks like a 9.
Yeah, something must be up with it.
The slammer.
Because I know there's no risk for Hastings, so I know they tested. Alright, what about New Orleans? Did they go? Okay, that stream works. I know
Your
these
turn,
other
Rocky.
Broadcastify URLs I need to switch out. I know it didn't get Omaha.
Lucky 7.
Did they ever test?
Radio station
405
KH61
freeway.
serving the following
still
counties
money.
in Nebraska and Iowa.
You
Douglas,
got control of the dice top
There was a
hat.
statement, and then what was the statement before that? Okay, it was heat index readings.
7.
So, I guess maybe my logger never picked it up.
Chance.
So my logger might not have
Fullback,
picked it
3
up.
spaces. Give me
And
the
assuming
chest.
that
Let's see
the
what it is.
Broadcastify streams were
Get
not
out of
working,
jail
that's
free.
why it never
This
picked up
card may be kept
Lubbock
until
or any of
needed
the other
or
ones.
sold. Toss those cubes. A computer
Now, I
opponent
didn't
is
see
proposing
Houston
a
test
trade.
either, so...
A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
Alright, does that other WXK30
A
stream
computer
work?
opponent is proposing a
The
trade.
mid-70s.
Okay, it does. So I guess I guess
Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
so I guess Houston never tested somehow. Maybe they were having technical difficulties or something.
Looks like
I don't
7
know.
to me.
So I won't know for sure until it's actually confirmed. So as
Time
such,
for the heavy
the other
artillery.
streams that
Let's
work,
go, Cannon.
I did not see
Five,
Sioux Falls or
$200.
Topeka or Wichita
Didn't
go.
do anything.
I didn't see
MacArthur
Houston
fine.
go either.
Anybody got a bullet I can
So,
bite on?
Any of the other
Race
streams
car,
that
get the
are
motor running.
that work,
Cinco.
those are going in the postponement list as well.
That's easy money.
Does Fresno work?
Reality West.
Yes, it does. So I assume they... I don't know if they tested or they did not. Because John didn't have them in there, or if he did have them in there, it most likely did not work. So the last office then to check is...
Miles an hour with good.
2.
Alright, so I guess
Electric
I guess
company.
WXL
You'll have to do
25, that's
better than
Missoula.
that.
Alright, so I assume a lot of
Roll those
offices had
bones,
technical,
doggy.
so I'm gonna assume that, well, I'm not gonna assume, but I predict that a lot of these forecast offices had trouble sending their test out today, other than the
13 Chandler
Broadcastify
for
links
W.
that do not work.
It's still money.
So, pretty much at this point,
Top hat.
we
Toss
figured
those
we
ivories.
figured out what was going on. So Broadcastify switched out some stuff, and
Looks
I gotta
like a
get
nine.
everything sorted
Where
out
does that
now.
take us? Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Community chest. Let's see what it is. You have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. Good luck, sack of money. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right.
8.
Now, the next thing I want to check
Malibu.
is Jackson, Kentucky, because I know they sent out a statement
You have
on their
control of
social
the
media
dice,
page,
Cannon.
so I want to look and see
Niner.
if they ended up testing.
Electric Company.
Anybody got a bullet I can
There
bite
probably was
on?
so much stuff that's as far as it'll let me
Burn a
go.
little rubber.
It won't let me
Ford.
go any further than that.
Red
So,
line.
Pocket change.
Your turn.
it's not going to
Iron.
let me go any further than that. So,
We got 4. Los
let's see.
Angeles
Oh, here we
Airport.
go.
All right.
So,
I love
yeah, there we go. So
shopping,
they did
yes.
test. But I've already made the changes. So,
It's over to you.
So
dog.
here's the ordeal. So whatever offices that are remaining,
We got
that
5.
are not broadcastified links, I am keeping them
Wilshire
as they
Boulevard.
are.
Smells
However,
like
they're
home
going to be
me.
part of the postponement list for this week. Considering we have not heard
A
anything
computer
out of
opponent
any of
is
them
proposing
today.
to trade.
The only two I know that have postponed were Kansas City and Des Moines. That's it, just those two. The rest of the so now I figured out what ended up happening. I just need to switch out the Broadcastify URLs. So I just have to make some change. So I have to apply all of this to every single Broadcastify stream I've got. Every single one of them.
Trade is complete.
As they did make some changes. So
Top hat. Roll and good luck.
I will make that change. I'll make that change a little later. Probably after Millionaire. So yeah, I'll get to that change later on, and I'll also
Show me
update the
money, Sack.
NWR roster as well with these adjustments. Now I don't know exactly how
10.
my station is going to behave,
I'll let the others fight it out.
you know, with these
Go to
entry
jail.
rates.
Go directly to jail.
But
Do not
it seems
pass
like
go.
this is going to
Do
be a
not
very
collect
common thing now.
$200.
So good thing I discovered
Roll
it
the
sooner
ivory.
rather than later. All right, so now for
We
the
got
other thing
6.
I was going to get to, as to why this
La
season of
Brea
Downers
Cardinals.
Grove has been kind of historic in some way. Now,
Niner.
obviously, before the season even started, the day before, as you know, I bought the big boy
Santa
locomotives,
Monica.
but
Anybody got a bullet
this
I
has
can
actually
bite
been
on?
quite a historic week, in fact, in
Race
terms
car,
of that,
Get your motor
because
running.
I caught
Hi,
two
I'm the race car.
back-to-back,
Looks like a nice.
special
Where did that
units.
take us?
all within a span of 2 days.
101 freeway.
Because just yesterday,
Change.
I finally got to see
Okay, Iron.
one of
press
BNSF's 10
Oh,
25th
away we
anniversary
go.
units. 25th anniversary units that I was hoping to
And
see in
Eli
Rochelle,
Dwyer
but
wants
it
a
ultimately
trade.
passed well after we left for dinner that night. That was in 2025.
on. The trade is complete.
Yeah, that was in May of 2025.
Looks
And
like
today-
a 4 to me.
I absolutely struck gold again,
Now put
because
my feet
this
up for a
time
sec.
I got to see,
Roll
I
those
saw
bones, doggy.
one
Let's
of their
get a
brand
wiggle
new
on.
Special America 250 locomotives,
We got
specifically number 2026.
5. Malibu.
I was not
I lead a
expecting it,
charmed life.
and I
What
saw it
can
go
I
by
say?
right by the Metro.
Top hat.
And
it's
after
up
it
to
came
you.
through, there was somebody else by the station, and soon after I stopped filming, after the train
12.
passed, he asked me, "Did I catch the head end locomotive, the leading locomotive?" And I told him, "Yes, I did." And I told him, "Yes, I
Chess.
absolutely did
You feeling
catch the
lucky?
front of the
Pay
locomotive."
your tax of $15.
What a sight that was!
Half a dozen.
So,
Waterworks. 12.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
wow. So we're not even to the final week yet, and we're already making history this season. But right now, back to Millionaire.
Good luck, sack of money. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? 6. Los Angeles Airport.
Not the best you can do.
4.
Freight is always good.
Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. We got 6. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Advance to go. Collect $200. Here's your salary, $200. Eater from Decatur. Westwood Village.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
8. Looking great. Los Angeles Airport.
Anybody got a bullet I can bite on?
Race car, get your motor running. A deuce. Los Angeles Airport.
Pocket change.
5. Ventura Boulevard.
Pocket change.
Your turn, Iron.
Let's get at it.
Eater from Decatur. Waterworks.
You'll have to do better than that.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 7. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Top Hat, it's up to you. 8. Show me the money, sack. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled.
Okay, now back to the game.
We got
So,
6.
yeah, as I
Venice
said,
Beach.
Not the best you can do.
Time for that
so yeah,
heavy
as I said, I got to
Let's
see
go, Cannon.
two special
7.
units a few hours
Pacific Coast
a
Highway.
day apart.
A1.
The 25th anniversary
I'm in a
unit I saw
fine mood.
yesterday,
So,
and the 250 unit I saw today. I saw earlier today after
Let's
train
motor, race car.
1262 or yeah, it was 1260 when 1262 showed up. But wow,
Hollywood.
I was not expecting 250. I wasn't expecting the America 250 unit to come up, but
Hey, I'm just a rich
I'm
kid.
honestly
trying to
very
make
glad
ends
I
meet.
finally got
You'll
to
have
see it in
raise
person.
money
I got
by
to see it
selling
in
buildings,
person, so
mortgaging properties, or trading.
I was at the right place at the right time. In other words, although it could have
Okay,
been on the
Iron,
outbound
press
side, I
on.
wanted to get the door closing message, but
7.
yeah, I guess that's how that's the way things
Metro
go.
Rail.
So
You'll have to do better than that.
that's why the season
Your
of Darish
turn,
Grove is
Doggy.
already is as historic as it is, and we have not even made it to the end yet.
8.
We're not even
Let's
at the
see where
very
that
end.
takes us.
We're not even at like the final week of the season yet.
110 freeway.
As I said, we only got one more. I only have one more day tomorrow,
Top hat.
and
Go
then
good
no
luck.
episode
another
Friday,
kick at the can.
and then Monday through Wednesday of next week, which means next Wednesday we'll be here getting
got
all the
6.
tests, and then Thursday we're gonna run one last
along
live
here.
stream
Let's
of
go.
the season, for the season, and then that Friday.
Looks like a 9.
Oh yeah,
Where does that
we are
take
gonna
us?
close the season out with a bang. We will close the season out with a bang.
Metro Rail.
Not the best you
Considering
can do.
I'll be in downtown even longer.
Bringing out the big guns.
than I usually
Your
am.
turn, Cannon.
A call to arms.
But all right, now let me go ahead and take some of this off.
Lucky 7.
So let's see.
Good
terms
place
of
to lay
who ran
low
the
for
monthly.
a while.
I did hear Santa Barbara and San Diego on the way, so I had WTLD running. Huh? WSBC decided to run a weekly despite
Race
the
car.
monthly being
Start
tonight.
your
I don't know why.
engine. Snake Eye.
KJY
Pass
tested,
go.
of course.
Collect
That's
$200.
their,
It's
usual
easy.
monthly. Anything else? Monthly test, that's for in the Northwest.
A nickel. Red line.
Cowitz.
Pocket change.
Your turn, Iron.
So,
Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Here's your salary, $200.
So I wonder
Give me
what
your
the cow
best
was
shot.
on the
Come
list.
on.
Yeah, it didn't work somehow. All right.
Your
and then-
turn, doggy.
I am pumped.
And then what's CMS?
Looks like a four
Oh,
to
that's
me.
Minnesota. That's not till later
Community
tonight.
chest. Show me that card.
So
Grand
that'll
Opera
be after
opening.
we're done.
Collect $50 from
All
every
right, so
player
now
for
just throw in
opening night seats.
WCKA.
Top hat. Toss those ivories.
And then the Thursday test. I think Millionaire is about to come back.
10.
I could
Yep,
use
it
a
is
breather.
just about to return.
Good luck, sack of
So
money.
I'm gonna play my turn here, and then go back to the
8.
show.
Let's see where that takes us. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. MacArthur Park.
Not the best you can do.
Cannon. Can hut. Looks like 7 to me. Race car. Burn a little rubber. 5.
I'm just visiting.
Good luck, Iron. Half a dozen.
If I knew you were here, I'd have baked a cake with a file in it.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Cinco. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Advance token to the nearest railroad and pay owner twice the rental to which he is otherwise entitled. If railroad is unowned, you may buy it from the bank. Top hat. Toss those ivories. You rolled a 3. Pacific Coast Highway.
I guess I can afford that.
Sack of money. Show us what you can do. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
All right.
Niners.
So back to the thing here I was saying. A lot's been going on this week.
The electric company.
A lot has. That idea pad that I was looking to bring into service had mysteriously stopped working, and then as soon as I was getting ready to bring it back, it somehow decided to revive itself. That same day, I got to see the 25th anniversary, one of the 25th anniversary units. And then today, I got to see one of their American 250 locomotives in person. But furthermore, at work, not only did I hear all the replays and all that stuff that was going on, you know, what my NWR vlogger was doing, but in addition to that, considering that we started getting some Chromebooks and iPads and all that, you know, into their classrooms because we're getting closer to the end, I thought, why don't I just have the Latitudes and, you know, all the remaining devices play startup and shutdown collections from various cellular carriers. Of course, being the major ones. The major ones. The major ones. Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint. I did a track phone in there briefly, but then I later swapped it out with Cricket. So great. It was just startup and shutdowns in chronological order from 5 different carriers playing on 5 different PCs all at the same time. All playing at the same time. It was honestly insane. And what fun that was. That was a whole lot of fun. Playing all that at once.
Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry.
I was thinking I could try more for Technics.
Am I great or what? 7.
I could. I don't know.
It's Iron's turn.
But then the other thing is, now that I found out that all these Broadcastify links have been switched out and switched around,
Pacific Coast Highway. You'll have to do
I know they changed their system recently, so I have to readjust everything on this thing. So I have to readjust everything, so that way it will work with the new system. But the biggest question I have is, how will my logger handle it? And furthermore, the last Verizon that it got, so it still received them properly when I did M3U8, so I don't think it'll be that big of a change. It's gonna look weird, but you know what? It'll be worth it, right? Well, now I'm gonna get back to Millionaire, but all in all, I think that's everything I had to mainly discuss about. I did go down the list of who else ran their tests today. Nobody else did.
Bring out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. We got 4. 101 freeway. Let's motor, race car.
My motor's racing.
We got 10.
Guess I'll lay low for a while.
Your turn, Iron. 11. Beverly Hills. You'll have to do better than that. Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 4 to me. 2 in your favor. Collect $200. Top Hat, it's up to you. Both hands, 10. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Rolling hills. Sack of money. Show us what you can do. What'll it be? Roll the dice or pay the $50?
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Looks like the deal's off. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double?
Alright. Millionaire is done. Let's continue the game.
7. Community chest. Show me that card. You inherit $100. 10.
Alright. Now,
A computer opponent is
onto the tense part. So I'm gonna pull up the Thursday test list. And I'm only gonna add up to WYCB.
Look like
But
7.
there is an element of that I'm missing. It's amongst the test list. It's all the tests that are going to be happening tonight. So that being North Dakota, Superior, Michigan, and whatever else. Alright. So all that's left to do now is hit the reset button when we are ready. And I believe that episode in question is ready to go. And I see the little that other idea pad is low on power. So, and I did thankfully get a 45 watt adapter for it. Although it'll run a little slower than it did before. Although it will run slower, I think this might be what it needs, in terms of longevity. So, doing 45 watt as opposed to 65 watt, I think using a lower wattage adapter might make a difference. Although charging will be slow, at least it should be able to continue running. nonetheless. So
Your building and loan matures. Collect $150. Time to mobilize.
So yeah, at least I get to test that adapter out.
Santa Monica.
Okay, so now back over here. So I'm gonna take the new URL.
6 and 5, 11. Good luck, Iron.
Here,
5.
and then I gotta take the number from the original.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing. Your turn, doggy.
Okay, so
Looks like 7 to
so
me.
basically I'm just gonna copy and paste this and replace the number.
101 freeway. It's still money.
So 25151.
Top hat. Toss those ivories. Looks like 7 to me. Ventura Boulevard. I guess I can hold up. Show me the money, Zach.
43386.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
So yeah, I've been testing stuff out like VMware, and as I said about that
Computer opponent is
that
proposing a trade.
future version of Audacity, which is
A computer opponent
which is
is
available for
proposing a
testing.
trade.
And I do have the original version on here too. So
Sorry.
they have a survey. Where are they hosting the survey? Oh, it's a Google Doc survey.
8, 2, 3. Green line. I'll leave it on payment. A call to arms.
So I can just drag in the music, but usually I like that scrubber thing being there.
Century 6.
So
I got a bullet I can buy it on. Race car. Start your
scrubbing,
engine.
scrub ruler. So then I can reverse it. Let's reverse it. And 28359. So that's the whole thing backwards. And also I've turned off rapid charge on the factory install before I put in a different before I installed that before I installed the standard installation. And yeah, of course I can lower the pitch too, unlike the beta version right now.
8, 2, 3. Strap for cash. You can always sell those.
So it's a slightly lower pitch. Times 43760. That's great. And there's a lot of URLs I have to change for Cleveland.
Top hat. Toss those ivories. Let's have another go at it, shall we? 8, look great.
and I can even start the narrator on both of them.
Asterisk severe WX. Narrator window and slash. Welcome to narrator. This is narrator home, where you can get help, access your settings, and learn about new features. Narrator is a screen reader that describes //hls-1.broadcast backspace double quotes start or stop narrator. Press the Windows logo plus Control plus Enter. Explore the sections below to get started. Scan off. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Backspace. Backspace. Grave accent.
Grave accent.
A nickel. Rolling hills.
Not a fancy canoe. It's showtime.
Rerun Pop 80s with Grave accent.
Grave accent. And now we're back to normal pitch. Single quote. And even before we started, I thought I'd
Backspace. Backspace. Sync double M3
I thought I'd
State College.
seeing what it would look like if I set that screenshot of Yuga as the wallpaper. Looks pretty cool. With just Yuga as the background and no other surroundings. Although there's parts of although it's part of a title screen, but whatever. I really like how it looks.
Taskbar pane.
Oh, that reminds me. I was gonna put a shortcut on here. YG0.
Sent desktop. Create rerun copy desktop. Bring a desk. Cap in. The entertainment.
Yuga the entertainment.
Railroaded.x. The entertainment. Railroaded.xnet.
Railroaded.
Rerun Pop 80s window. Track view table.
Track view
Rerun
table.
Pop 80s selected desktop list. Less than sign.
Greater than sign.
Greater than sign. 38,020. Backspace. Greater than sign.
Greater than sign. And yes, there's no music. It's amazing. So I can play Yu-Gi-Oh without music.
It's time to swing into action.
Grave accent. Grave accent. Well, almost without music. Grave accent. Equal sign. Comma, 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 comma. And then after I get the broadcastified things. Oh, actually, I should probably grab the Downers Grove episode before I miss that opportunity.
Must be my place.
I'll probably do it on the HP.
What?
A trap card!
Time to lay a face down.
So hey, this is how we'll do,
And that ends my turn.
So hey, this is how we'll more than likely do Yu-Gi-Oh! If we do another Yu-Gi-Oh! Trial run next week. I'll have to look at the schedule and see.
This show's not over yet.
This is only the beginning of it.
Let's go.
Let me change the date on the list.
And that ends my turn.
So the wall's still all new, and it looks like Quizlet Balls and 1% will both be all new too, so. They had a week off, so it'll be back next week then. So.
Double quotes, HT's backspace, selection deleted. Double quotes, M3 slash. HT's backspace, space, space.
Space.
Dilute. DLHH, B, T.
Your turn.
M3U. Double quotes. M3U.
And that ends my turn.
DLHHT. 6. Slash.
That's
2. 5.
allowed.
3. 4. 6.
Okay, doggy.
6.
Good
7.
luck.
7. But yeah, this thing's performing very, very well, and I am more than impressed.
You got to go.
I mean, it was quite a scare when I saw it, at the moment I saw it go out.
Ow!
Ow! Shoot!
Community chat. What will it be? Payout or be paid?
I send both of his monsters back.
Show me the money back.
Dilute.
And that ends
delete.
my turn.
Backspace. Space. Space.
Space. Space. I can't do monster reborn, can I? Yeah, I can.
Advanced token to your utility. Elon, you can fire from the back. Elon, roll dice, and pay owner a total of 10 monster. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. I'll be down payment. A call.
Well,
Time to lay a face down.
alright, and then this is...
And that ends my turn.
Backspace. Comma. Back 3. 2. HTTPS:// double quotes.
Electric company. Okay, crank on.
Quad cities. Double quotes. M3U. Slap. 6. 1.
Ow! Shoot!
31. 7. HT. Double quotes. New. Double quotes. M3UA. Blank. M3U. Backspace. Space. Slash. 1. 1.
And that ends my
Austin.
turn.
Backspace. Space.
Space.
Pacific Coast Highway.
Pacific Coast Highway.
Good luck, sack of money.
Oh yeah, got a lot of URLs to switch out here.
Time to pull back the curtain.
Slash.
My monster has a special ability.
MB.
Time to pull back the curtain.
Slash.
Synthesis Magician will stir things up.
7 2.
Synthesis Magician.
Time for that heavy artillery.
M3UA.
Let's go, Shannon.
HTTC. B. M. Backspace. New line. 8 backspace.
Okay, I
And that ends my turn.
Grand Forks. Space. C. B. M3. M3UA. MC. HTTPS:// Left arrow. Left arrow. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent.
I
Grave
activate
accent.
Kunai with the chain to increase my monster's attack points by 500.
Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent. Grave accent.
Grave accent.
Grave accent. Grave accent. Backspace. Backspace.
Grave accent.
HT. M3. HTT. 0.
Ah, shoot!
New line. C. Backspace. New line. Double quotes. M3.
Double quotes.
roll those bones, doggy.
No saving now.
Subtract. Backspace.
Let's slow down. Oh my gosh. Subtract.
I hope you had fun.
Don't let this get you down.
Speed increased to 55%.
Non-narrator command. Non-narrator command. Non-narrator command. Non-narrator command. Non-narrator command. Non-narrator command.
Trap view table. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. 40 display brightness level. Not a narrator command. Not a narrator command. 62 volume. 16 books. 100 volume level. Not a narrator command. 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 Not a narrator command.
Roll the ivory.
The play pause feature mostly works.
Subtract. Multiply. Divide. 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 Divide.
Oh, jeez.
Divide. 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 Ampersand. Asterisk.
Ass.
Not asterisk.
Oh, wow.
Speed increased to 45%. Opening parenthesis. Speed increased to 50%. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Yep. Opening grid. That's great. It's paper parentheses. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Alright, well, right now let's focus on getting this.
Exiting narrator.
But right now let's focus on getting this, getting all this back up and running. That's 3052.
Your turn, doggy.
Yeah, I didn't know about this until earlier today, but
We got 5.
now I know.
40 Chandler.
Then 4,
Smells like home to me.
6, 8, 5, 0.
Got that. Roll and good luck.
It's honestly going to be weird, but if we want to continue doing, but if we want to continue carrying Broadcastify stuff, we'll have to make some adjustments to this. Yeah, the CDN thing doesn't work anymore, which is a shame. But that's why we're making any and all necessary changes, you know, so that we can ensure that way we can ensure that we continue to. So yeah, not only did Chicago test in a marginal today, but they did live voice as well. And just like last week, I went over to the office's WR120 to make sure it received the test, and it did, of course. And I heard the last bit of the message too, so.
Bring out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. Eater from Decatur. Rodeo Drive.
Desktop OpenMPT 1.32.10.00 window. Workspace pane. New. That's the way it is. Row 0. Channel 1.
Exiting narrator.
90.
Oh, that's right. Here the
Volume level.
because I decided to try out Atlas OS with this. The looks like the Windows Control Enter thing has been disabled. So I have to manually start the narrator by this and end it. 35292.
Must be my place. Roll those bones, doggy. Let's go. Might see where that takes us. Santa Monica. It's still light.
Let me make sure that it works.
You got control of the desktop pad. Snake Eyes, Electric Company. Hold up. Saxophone, roll dice.
37459.
We got 4. Another turn around the board.
612.
Bring out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. Looks like 7.
3189.
Los Angeles Airport. Race car. Burn a little rubber. Looks like the board leaves. Chance, I buggy.
Another one. And then it's Huntsville.
It's still light.
29519.
Roll and good luck.
45006. Let me see if that, let me see if Angola came back. And I can, Windows 10 gadgets. This is Rainier. So great now with gadgets. So cool, I can see the, there's a specific way I format everything. If you like it large. So I can get a good look at exactly how much of it is being used. Alright, Angola no longer exists. I know this game usually takes a long time, so we'll go till about, guess 8:30? So. Place the other one. 5, 4, 3, 6. Let me check the other one to make sure that it still works. If it does not, then I need to take that off. And if it does not, then I need to take that off. Loop pattern. And what's the ID I'm looking for? 35819. Okay, it says West Liberty is offline currently. If they don't get it back up within a certain amount of time, that stream will be gone. 35819.
823. La Brea Contest. How about that, you know? Cannon, hey, look.
35620.
Lucky 7. Hollywood.
27092.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. One last month of our returns. We got 6. Community check. Public fee. Pay a Lord be paid. Receipt for services. $25.
And I'm gonna have to make the same adjustments on main too, so considering I have Rockford in there, I'm gonna have to make the same change on there. 8027. And then 44599.
9. It's still money. Top hat, roll, and good luck.
And then I can just play this pattern on an infinite loop. We'll keep going for a little bit, and then we will end the game where it is.
Bringing out the big guns. Your turn, Cannon. Looks like you have a plan. Here's your salary again. Just pass and go. Community check. Let's look. Income tax refund. Collect $20.
Alright, that's enough of that.
Start your engine. 7.
Alright, so these changes have been made.
I recognize this place. I think.
So then I need to make the change here. Let's see. 46152. Now, let me check.
110 freeway.
I want to check Little Rock to see if... I don't know if that stream was even fixed. The only NWR station there is left. So I want to see if that's either been fixed or something. Okay, it still says it's online. But it's still nothing but static. So obviously there has to be an issue with the transmitter. Well, actually we shouldn't assume, but it says it's normal, it's just that the signal is so darn weak. But still we're gonna keep it like, we're gonna keep them in the roster just in case, okay. 25158.
We got 5. Community check. What's it going to be? Pay hospital. $100. Cannon. Roll those dice.
Okay, and then we'll just swap that out.
Rolling hills. Race cars. Burn a little rubber.
43,350.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Los Angeles Airport.
Alright, and then for the broadcast file link for KC84, we're going to swap that out with the DWES link. The other one will remain, but this one will be 4694.
We got 6.
46411. This is Madison.
Okay, doggy. Good luck.
Melbourne is fine. We don't need to change anything there.
That's it. Back to
So Melbourne's okay, but we can change stuff there. Melbourne is good. Bolville's good. Twin Cities is good. Marquette, we need to switch. Just need to switch that 6 with a 5. And then 30933. This is Chattanooga. Let me see if that one ever came back. Oh, it did come back. Okay, good. Good, it came back. And then 31430.
Let's see what it is. From sale of stock, you get $45. Cannon, dead. 8 lemon green.
41264.
What's it going to be? You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. Restart, get your motor running. Half a dozen.
We don't need to make any other adjustments, I believe.
I'd love to drive it. Advance totally to the nearest railroad and pay
The only other one we need to change out is 4685861. Of course, I'm going by the list just to make sure that each one still works.
It's Iron's turn.
Okay, there we go. And then I want to see how this is going to behave with these new URLs. I want to see how this is going to behave. And that reminds me too. I never put the Verizons in there. I said I was going to put the Verizons in there, but I didn't. But I don't know if I said I would wait on that until after the hardware upgrade was completed, but I guess at this point I could, since we're nearing the end of that. Since we're nearing the end of this stage. May as well take Pueblo off, because I remember hearing that that stream was going to be taken offline, so I may as well pull that. And then 41784. And then I'm going to take a look at other sources and see if there's any new ones. Now, the links on my website are fine. I don't need to do anything about that. They'll just redirect to the new one automatically. But just to confirm, 9.1 megabit bandwidth saved. Pretty amazing, huh? I'll probably run Brave on this PC, and maybe I'll roll it out to my other PCs too. I could. But let me check the weather radio page just to make sure everything is working. So WXM25, yeah, it redirects to the main page. So I don't need to make any changes here. It's all good. However, I would need to take off Angola, so I'll wait until I find any new stations before I make any other, before I do anything else. 46151.
Ventura Boulevard. Smells like home to me. Top hat, roll, and good luck.
Then Phoenix is fine. Raleigh we need to change. 43900. What did I have 38524 in here for? Oh, that was Winston-Salem. Okay, that one's Winston-Salem. 38524.
You have control of the dice, Cannon. Both hands, 10.
Alright, I know it's been quite a bit, so I should go ahead and finish up Downers Grove. So let me connect the drive to the computer. And then I gotta swap over. Put up or shut up, I like that. Alright, so download, let's see. So let me see here. So 27, so it looks like 29 then is going to be the final episode of the season. Okay, so I will let it. Okay, I'll let it do it from here. Oh wait, no, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go back here. Then go back to here. There we go. Alright, so I'll wait for that to finish, and then I'll get everything. I'll get the rest of Downers Grove situated, and then I'll finish this up. So. And then once that's all done, then we'll then I'll take let's go, Cannon. Alright. And I will share.
Your turn, Iron. Either from the gator. Los Angeles Airport. That's it. Must be my place. Your turn, Dottie.
Okay, is it done? I think it is. Oh, where I put my keyboard? There we go.
Looks like 7 to me.
Okay, it's done.
Hollywood.
Alright, so now I can pull the drive from the device.
Let's get going.
Then we can go over here. Now, actually, this time around, I don't actually have to edit too much because the rush hour was heavily altered this morning because of a switch failure in Aurora, which halted all trains. Not just Metra, but BNSF Freight was also halted too. So it delayed Metras for like 45 minutes to an hour, and Amtrak too was the same story. So let me get Downers Grove rendered here. Alright, so that was the last one I would see, because then I would start getting on my way. That was a sign for me to move.
Looks like 7 to me. Back so soon. Here's your $200. Community chest. Show me that card. Advance to go. Collect $200.
And I'll just cut the rest of the recording off right there. then
10. Roll those dice. 8. Let's see where that takes us.
oh, it looks like majority of 1211 was lost. Probably because of weak signals. Probably because of weak cell signal or something, but yeah, I think the cell signal was kind of weak, so and I didn't see that the signal was weak.
Half a dozen. Santa Monica, you'll have to do better than that. It's over to you, dog.
So yeah, that was all of 1211 that we could get. The signal was pretty weak. So yeah, that was the only bit of it that was lost. But you know what? I'm alright with that. Alright, so okay, so that fades out to black.
Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
So it fades in, and then
10. Only a visit this time. 8. La Brea Carpets. Not a fancy canoe. 10. You did a job.
I'll cut off the last bit of it.
I'm trying to take care of the necessities.
Looks like 70. Another turn around the board.
Alright, the recording otherwise looks good, so
Race car. Get
okay. Alright, so the video is final. I'm going to go ahead and render it, and then I will start uploading it later on. Now, let me finish up what I was starting earlier, changing out all these Broadcastify URLs, and then I have to make the adjustments on the thing.
I love surprises.
4737.
For each house, pay $25. For each hotel, $100.
And then 40866, which is Ashland, Kentucky. I don't know if John is aware of these changes. You know, when he runs the Mass NWR, I don't know if he's aware of these changes, but well, I'm the first one to. All right, so we'll play for a few more minutes, and then we will stop. 44429.
Waterworks. Not a fancy canoe. 11.
42757.
Drive. Not a fancy canoe. Roll the ivory.
And then 35079. I know the signal. I know this particular stream has had a signal is quite terrible on this, so I want to see if there's any adjustments that have been made.
I think.
Oh, that sounds a little better. That sounds better than what it sounded like before, so that's good to see. 42709. And I'll have to update the backup too on the flash drive. I'll have to update that to these new ones. 35369.
Electric company. It's still light.
34488.
Half a dozen. Burbank.
And I guess there's only 2 left. So 4th. Wait a minute, hold up. Undo it for just a second. I forgot 3 there at the start.
We got 10.
So tied here and gather my wits about.
There we go. Alright, 2 more to switch out. So 4, 3, 1, 4, 1.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. Ace, deuce, 3. Another turn around the board. Another $200. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. Time for that heavy artillery. Let's go, cannon.
Alright, I think that's all of them.
Community chest. Let's look. Go get.
Just save it as a text file.
Do not pass go. Do not
Okay,
collect.
so everything has been updated and now includes the new contents. So let's see how it behaves. Yeah, sometimes I might need to refresh multiple times to
Highs
get.
in the mid-90s.
Sometimes I might need to refresh multiple times just to get it to go, but not in the case of VLC Player.
Just for passing go. Red line.
Okay, I guess it does not want to open. Let me try it without the S. See what that does.
An A-line player wants to trade.
So will that change anything?
An A-line player wants to trade.
So now that we've updated all the links, I need to see if anything's going to change.
A successful trade. Yes. Okay, doggy. Good luck.
And it didn't work.
9.
I have a feeling this is going to be a big problem.
Ventura
This is
Boulevard.
going to be a
No
big
Michael
problem.
3.
Okay. So,
That is up
just to
you.
test things out, do they provide another option, or is this the only one? Let me check it here.
4. Sack of money. Roll those dice.
HLS enable.
We got 10. Electric company. I'll leave it on pay rent. Bring out the big guns. Your turn, cannon.
Okay, so it looks like that's the...
Lucky 7. Race car. Burn a little.
Oh, I think I know. I think I know what else this is. The S thing is actually also different between everything. So, like in the case of Shreveport, it's not S1, it's S2. So it's not working because the S number is incorrect. So I can try and pull it up in VLC and it still refuses to work.
Your turn, doggy.
Of course, I have to make sure that everything... I have to, of course, make sure everything is correct.
Lucky 7.
But
Waterworks.
yeah, so I have to make sure the feed ID and the numbers are all correct.
Let's do it.
So if the feed number is correct, then I guess I'll have to do more than just all of this. I'll have to go
Where is that?
on each individual ID.
Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
So I'll have to change the ID. I can't change it from within that window. This is a bit more complicated than I thought. Okay, so this will be the last turn of Monopoly.
Dorothy Chandler Pavilion.
Alright,
Time for that
so that was the last turn. Where do I put my keyboard? Here we go. Alright, we are going to end the game.
8. Let's see where that takes us. Now,
Absolutely nowhere! I answered Mr. Monopoly's question for him. Okay, so there we go. We got through majority of our games. I mean, we're still trying to get this whole new Broadcastify thing figured out, but good thing I saw it. So, like Gillette, Wyoming, so I have to scroll down and find wherever it says S1. So I need to make sure that the S number and whatever are correct for each of the existing URLs. I totally forgot about that part, but good thing I saw it. So I'll check each and every one to make sure that I think I can change the ID number from here without me having to go somewhere else. Oh, cool. I can just do that. Nice. All right. So, rather than going to a commercial break, now after I take my snack break here, that is when we're going to move on to that's when we will do the WMBS word game. I'll upload today's episode of Downers Grove and finish up updating this Broadcastify stuff for the Mass NWR logger. And then after all that is set and done, we will play our 2 duels of Yu-Gi-Oh! A single duel with Kaiba and then a single duel with Joey afterwards. And then we'll play Yahtzee. We'll see who else got the weeklies and whatnot, and then that will be it. Now, I have a clip in mind for what I want Ginger to play around with. So let me hook up a... So I set up a network share on the Lenovo. It's under a weird desktop name, but like I said, this is a test. As I've said, this is a test install. I'm just using this install to test out software. You know, testing out software just to make sure everything works. Okay, did I put a / instead of a backslash? Did I put a backslash in there instead of a forward slash? Okay, I think I put a backslash in there. Should be backslash, or / I mean. Let me see if it even connects, because I think Atlas OS was not playing nice for some reason, but I want to be sure that I typed in the number correctly. I don't think it's going to work. I'll let it keep trying. Actually, I don't think it's going to work at all, so. All right, so instead, what I'm going to do is I will terminate the sharing of this folder. Yes, it tried to connect, but it failed. Now, what was that? Now, where's that one clip from? Where's that one clip from Yuya? Oh, these are all the voice clips. Open in VLC player.
If you think I have nothing up my sleeve, look again.
Where?
I activate Trap Hole.
Trap Hole.
Change of Heart. Monster Reborn. Dark Hole.
Now, which one have we got?
I activate a spell.
Ah, yes, here we go. So it's number 22. Now, to make this process simpler, I'm actually going to instead connect a network share with my main system. Now, if I typed everything correctly, okay, there we go. Yeah, I think when I was setting up this Atlas OS thing, I was thinking something might have been messed up, but it looks like it's working. So, all right. So I'll copy the file onto the drive. And, it's only a network share, so it's not like it's going to matter. All right. So we're going to have Talking Ginger go after this clip here tonight. And this will sort of be a sneak peek as to what next week has in store. So, with that being said, I'll just go ahead and let you all enjoy this while I take my snack break, and then we will continue on with the show afterwards.
I activate a spell.
I really like that that clip there from ID. Oh great, now I gotta charge the other ID I've had. Alright, let me close both of these. And then let me pull up what we're going to be doing next here, which of course is the WMBS word game. I've taken care of a lot of these, so I guess I can go ahead and get rid of that now. There's all this stuff from previously. All right, and I got to charge my phone as well. That's lovely. Well, let me change the wallpaper while we're here. Put this in dark mode. And then I gotta find the notes where I wrote down the letters for the WMBS word game for today. Right, let me move this over. Then plug this guy in. There we go. Okay, that's its charging spot. Okay, good. All right, so the letters for the word game today for this week are W, M, Y, I, A, and D. Now, let's see if we can make Dimway. Huh. All right. Yad, I, M, W? No, that can't be it. How about W-I-M-D-A-Y? Wimday. Wimday. Huh. That's a pretty weird word. Huh, must have had to peek in there twice for some reason. I don't know why, but I did. Ah, shoot. There goes my keyboard. Darn. All right. What else? How about I-D-Y-A-M? Yeah, I know that's not a word. I know that is not a word. What else can we try? I call this back-to-back special units in Downers Grove. Back-to-back special locomotives in Downers Grove. I'll call it that. So, okay. So the Downers Grove episode is going up now. I had already rendered it and everything. All right, let's get back to what we were trying earlier. So I'm going to put in the M3U8 into here, and we'll get back to the word game in a second. All right, let's see how this runs with just that one. Okay, it's already saying 101 going offline. That's good. Try again. It's probably just going to keep trying and trying until it actually does something, but I guess we'll wait a few minutes and we'll see if it happens again. In the meantime, May D-I-W. Let's see if it can correct the spelling. M-I-Y-D-A-W? W-Y-D-I-A-M? Oh yeah, they really put us up for a challenge on this one. How about Midway. Hey, I figured out the word. Yeah, it's in Midway Airport in Chicago. All right. So there's our word game for this week. Be sure to tune in next week for another WMBS word game, or whatever it is. All right. So now back to, in fact, before we continue, let me plug in my phone, because, yeah, it had been, as this is still running with whatever battery power was left after I was in Downers Grove recording all the trains today. Okay, now I'll let it charge. All right, let's get back to what we were doing earlier before we move on to our final games here of the night. So I found out that a lot of the weeklies that were done, because of course this is usually the weeklies today. Interestingly, Broadcastify had actually changed their structure as to how these individual files or streams or whatever are distributed independently. So instead of it being done via that CDN stream 1 that was done before, they've actually changed it. So now it's this HLS01 and then there's S2 and something like that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going through each individual. I'm going through each individual ID for any of the streams that are on my NWR list. And I'm seeing if I need to make any other changes. Okay, this one is fine. Don't need to change that. 28359. Now this is the last change I need to make before I can update the weekly test document. And we'll see how these M3U8s play out next week and in a future event, future severe weather event. I already do not like this. Oh, there's an S0 too. So there's an S0 and then there's an S2. That's interesting. Wonder if there's an S3 along with it. 448. Oh wait, no. It's 8848. There we go. And this one is S1. Yeah, I just did S1 and then kept all the other IDs the same as they are. 45413. This one is 0. Yeah, I totally forgot there was like a second part to it, but I figured it out. And for those who weren't with us earlier, as I continue making these adjustments, I did talk about how this season of Downers Grove, mainly the second half of it, we've actually already made history in terms of things, because for the first time in I think in the history of the series, excluding the fake bonus, the war bonus units, which basically are ones that feature the old Santa Fe, the classic gray and red paint scheme of Santa Fe, that Santa Fe Railroad. I got to see one of their two of BNSF's special units for the first time in person. If you recall from last year, I was talking about how I was told about when I was in Rochelle for the Railroad Days event. I was hoping to catch one of their 25th anniversary units. One of their 25th anniversary units. However, unfortunately, it did not come through until well after I left, because by then I was back in pretty much normal territory. I was pretty much back in normal territory already at that point, and pretty much then I was already at dinner, but I was already having dinner by the time that special unit came. Yeah, by the time that special unit came through, so yeah, I am amazed that finally, after almost so long, I don't know, or something like that, I finally got to see one of those units in person for the first time. That was just yesterday. But not only that, I remember seeing several videos of BNSF's one of BNSF's new units, specifically numbers 2026 and 2026 and 1776, which both carried a special train. I think was what, NASA parts, rocket parts, or something. Yeah, something like that. And today, after Metro Train 1262 left for Aurora, continued on to Aurora, I saw an intermodal train come by, and number 2026 was leading that one. And I mean, I was just like with the Amtrak when Southwest Chief number 3, or was it Zephyr number 6 or number 5? Well, one of those two. When either of those two came by, that one time, I think it was last week, but I can't remember. But whichever time it was, I barely got, the head end of the locomotive. In fact, if I pull up the video I took, in fact, I still have the video of yesterday when I caught the 25th anniversary unit. That came right after an outbound train. I don't think it was this one, but I'm going to keep looking. So I know it was an outbound train, and then there was another one coming right that way. I want to make sure we're looking at yesterday, so it wasn't that. It wasn't that either. It wasn't this one. So this must have been it. Aha, there it is. The special 25th anniversary unit, number 5869, was leading a coal train inbound to Chicago on yesterday. But there was also one detail I don't think I ever mentioned yesterday, and I kind of feel bad I didn't mention it. But now I'm going to mention it. Because guess what? I was not the only one. I was not the only one there. I was not the only one there seeing the same trains yesterday. In fact, to my surprise, it looked like by the name of A Train 4014, I believe that's the name. I hope I got that right. I was not expecting to see him there, but it sure looked like he was there. Now, I didn't get close to him in any way because I didn't want to disrupt his shots. I did not want to enter. I did not want to interfere with his. I did not want to interfere with his shots of the trains, as in fact he did actually catch a majority of the same trains that I got that afternoon. In fact, we were both on opposite platforms. Well, both him and I were on opposite platforms. So I was on the outbound. I was on the platform for the outbound trains, and then he was on the inbound platform the whole time. And he didn't even change places. So he stayed on the inbound platform the whole entire time. So he caught Amtrak Zephyr 6. He caught the 25th anniversary unit like I did, which again came up by surprise. Of course these come up by surprise. I never know their... In fact, I don't even follow heritage units, so I don't know if I'd call this a heritage. I actually kind of would call it a heritage unit because it has all of the routes that it had taken over. Northern Pacific, Great Northern, Burlington Route, Burlington Northern, Santa Fe, Frisco, Colorado and Southern, Spokane, Portland, and Seattle Railroad. So that was from yesterday. And then if I go to that one inbound, yeah, here we go, number 1262. And I actually caught like a majority of the red, white, and blue paint on the locomotive from, when I was showing the door, with the metric car door wide open. I could see it on the other side. That was, to my surprise, one of BNSF's special units that they repainted for America 250. So, wow, it seems like some of these in fact, two of these railroads have actually done something very special for the America 250 celebrations. Oh, I see. I didn't change out a number. So this is S1. All right, there we go. But yeah, that was today. I saw that 25th anniversary unit. Not the 25th anniversary, the America 250 unit. This one had We the People. But as I was saying, I don't usually follow these special units, so seeing it come up by surprise, I'm just absolutely shocked. I literally caught that locomotive on tape. Although it would have been nicer if I had gotten a little closer to the crossing, I would have been able to see much more of it. But at least I got to see whatever I could of it through that metro train that was there. But actually, I was not the only one, because there was someone else there on the same side of the platform as I was. He actually saw the very same train go through. So after the rear DPU passed by and I stopped the tape, the one guy actually asked me if I caught the lead locomotive on tape. And I told him, yes, I did. I told him, yes, I caught the locomotive at the front. It was the America 250. So, yeah. I have never seen that unit in person before, considering that locomotive is brand new. So, I am pretty sure that I'm going to be seeing that locomotive several dozen times more in the years to come. So I'm sure that locomotive is gonna, that locomotive with its new paint job is going to be absolutely what's the word here? Is going to have a lot of miles, a lot of service miles for. Well, actually, it is going to be traveling for hopefully many years to come, because I don't know if these 2026 locomotives are temporary or they're going to be a permanent part of their fleet, or this new paint scheme is going to be a permanent fixture of their fleet. That I don't know for sure, but I will see. I'll find that out if I continue following up on railroad stuff. So yeah, this is I'd say a pretty historic season for Downers Grove. Some things that we've never done before, or actually not things we haven't ever done before, but things we've actually never captured on tape before. 25th anniversary unit and America 250, both within the same week. So I am definitely looking forward to seeing what tomorrow will bring. So maybe I'll get to see another one of those units, or maybe something similar. I don't know. But again, I might want to. But again, I want to finish this. I might want to finish this up quickly here because I don't know how much time I have left, because I want to be in bed early so I can get up pretty early in the morning, because I got to be up pretty early in the morning tomorrow if I want to catch, if I want to, get to downtown Towers Grove to watch the morning rush. And also this morning, for those who weren't with us, there was also a younger one there too. There was a younger one there too. No, actually it was yesterday. It was yesterday. It was not today. It was yesterday. There was actually a younger one on the inbound platform, watching the very same inbound train leave. So, for those who haven't seen yesterday's episode, if you listen very closely to when that inbound train leaves, you could hear the parent of it say something like "bye bye train" or whatever. Yeah, bye bye train. I think that's what she said exactly. All right, but anyway, I am almost done getting this organized, and then I gotta fix the weekly test document, and then we will be all set. So what I'm doing here is I'm viewing the page source of each of the Broadcastify files. Of each of the Broadcastify Know Where the Radio streams, and making sure to adjust their URL so that way it matches its database. And so, hey, since Des Moines postponed their weekly today because of the severe weather, I think this would be a great opportunity to try out the Waterloo stream in its updated form, to see if I need to adjust. No, I don't need to really adjust anything because we're making all the adjustments tonight. But I was thinking we're going to use that opportunity to, we'll use the opportunity tomorrow to see if, just to see how well it does when it comes to these new URLs, just to see if it handles these new URLs pretty well. So again, I'm making sure that everything is accurate and correct. I think this one I already did. Yeah, this one I did already, so I guess I just need to go through the rest of them now. So I guess I just need to go through the rest and make sure that these are all correct. Okay, this one is 0. And then I think that's it. There's actually 2 more, but I want to make sure that I did this all right. Make sure I did this. Oh, okay, I didn't like that one. So make sure that I got the number correct. Okay, this is supposed to be 0. And then the last one. Okay, good. Okay, so now I can save that. And then I'm going to pull this document up, find the original IDs, and then replace them. So any mention of Broadcastify that's there, where it has the original ID, I just got to switch that out. So basically I just got to look for it and then match it. Well, you know what? I'll actually do that while I'll actually do that while we go ahead and play our second to last game here of the night before we're totally done. And I see the Downers Grove episode is finished, but I will get that put into the showcase folder in just a minute. But now, single duel time.
For you, victory is not in the cards.
We'll see about that. Alright, I will go first. Set down Fake Trap. And then UFO Turtle. But I'm not ready for Sword of the Deep Sea yet.
I set this card face down. I set this card face down. I set this card face down.
That's a lot of cards he set face down.
My turn.
A lot of them. Alright, we got Misaru Zami, whatever. And of course it requires a tribute, but I'm not going to do that. I'll set down Nimble. Alright, let's see what he's got. Okay, there's his prevent. I probably could have activated this. Well, tributing wouldn't really have mattered, so. Because Sword of Deep Sea would just be barely, well, not even close to being enough. But.
I end my turn.
Alright, let's see. Bean Soldier. But then I need 2 tributes for Dark Magician, so. Okay, he's got 2 Prevent Rats on his side of the field. So I gotta be aware of that.
Prepare to feel the touch of cold steel as I summon my Force Raider! I end my turn.
Alright. I think it's time we tribute summon.
That's impossible!
Yep.
Ha, nice move, but that's the last move you'll ever make.
Ring of Destruction. So there it
It's all
goes.
over for you.
Well, for that monster. And probably me too, but. Well, that was the only summon I could do, and I can't do anything else, so. Yeah. I switch it to attack position. I switch it to attack position. And I think this is going to be it. Yep, that's it. He's gonna take the game. That was a pretty quick duel.
You lost, but you've earned my respect as a duelist.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, now on to Joey. We're of course going to do a single duel with him. And then we are going to play Yahtzee after that. And then we will be done for tonight. As again, I am finalizing the weekly test document. Getting all the new Broadcastify URL structures in their places. And then once that is all set, then...
Listen up! A true duelist doesn't
done.
back up from nobody.
Because only cowards don't stand up to a challenge.
You better
Better
come
come strong, because it's time to duel! Alright, I will do the honors of going first. Do I have 43760? No, I do not. And Cleveland, I know I only have one. Alright, let's summon Zombra first. I know I can't do it directly anyway, regardless.
I summon Panther Warrior!
And right out of the gate, Panther Warrior
I'll
comes
just
up.
go along and set this card here. Let me give you a little hint. You better be careful, because this card's a trap.
And I know I can easily get rid of that Panther Warrior. Which one do I choose to go alongside it? Alligator Sword. Okay. Zombra can get rid of that Panther Warrior. And then Alligator Sword directly.
Oh, no!
Oh no! That is my turn.
I activate my spell card!
And Mystical Space Typhoon. There goes my backup soldier. I end my turn. Oh, that's the, oh geez, I didn't even turn the volume off before we started. Oh, whatever. Okay. So, let's use Zombra against Dark Witch.
I activate Magic Arm Shield!
And he's gonna go and gonna try to, yeah, he's gonna get rid of it because Zombra's gonna get destroyed. But I mean, the thing is, it would have gone down to 1700 and it would have been ineffective against his other monster anyway. So
I'm switching it to
the defense position. I end my turn. So I guess it wouldn't have mattered whether that other monster was successful in attacking her. Well, whether Zombra would have been successful in its original attack. But...
I'm changing it to attack position.
Alright, well, as much as I would like to attack with that one, I'm not going to attack with the Goblin because it's going to be forced in defense position. Okay, I'll be just enough to get rid of his Black Forest. Oh no. Okay. Oh, you know what? We may as well do it, because I just saw Jinzo. I have a good feeling that is what Joey is going to summon next, so... Let's see. He is not. Okay. Interesting.
I end my turn.
Oh, here's that card that we got. So we'll go ahead and activate it, and I will equip it to his Dark Witch. Okay, so that card will be destroyed at the end of the second turn, and then it will be returned to his hand. So in the meantime, we're going to play defense, considering that that's the best way to go here.
Bye-bye to all your trap cards, cause I'm summoning Jinzo!
I did not even consider saying something about Jinzo. I probably should have waited for that, but I guess it wouldn't matter, because it's more than likely Jinzo would have came back onto the field anyway, so...
I end my turn!
There's Tribute to the Doomed.
Yeah!
Oh, this is going to be all too familiar. I'll discard Baron of the Fiend's sword, and I'll destroy his Jinzo!
What? Can't be!
Yeah. Alright, we'll set this that down, which will immediately end the battle phase. Immediately. He's doing Island Turtle. Okay. So that's going to stop a direct attack from the goblin.
I end my turn.
Because of its effect. And there's Hein, which of course would allow me to return either of those two. However, I can only pick one.
What? Can't be.
Yep, and we will send back his goblin attack force.
I end my turn.
Dark Spirit of the Silent. Now, I don't think this would make a difference, so... Yeah, it's not going to make a difference, but let's just see what happens anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
No way! A trap?
We'll change it to Island Turtle. That's the target now. Well, pretty much I just gave him a free chance to attack twice with the same monster, which of course you can't normally do natively. I end my turn. Harpy's Feather Duster.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be it right here, because everything that Joey has right there, you didn't even need to tribute summon. So pretty much he has everything he needs to end, end it. So, yep, there we go. He takes the game. Yeah, the first one was pretty fast, but this one
Duelist
was...
extraordinaire Joey Wheeler's battles have only just begun.
But this one wasn't as long this time. Well, this one was actually about a decent length, I would say. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and play now our final game of the show before we totally wrap things up. And that, of course, is Yahtzee. And as we start that, I am going through the weekly test documentation and making any and all final updates, to the document with the new Broadcastify URLs and everything like that I realized were changed. So I gotta find where Columbus is so I can change all of this out. I'll do that after my first turn here. Okay, so here's where Wheaton, Ohio begins. Okay, Lincoln is fine. Don't have anything else for Indianapolis. I'm surprised the Indianapolis stream never received the test. So, but that's what the companion is for. So if the stream fails, if one stream fails, there's another to fall back on to, ensure that the test is, to make sure that the logger receives the test. So that's what we're gonna try tomorrow with a few of those with a few of those forecast offices. So. And then after this, we should be all set to go, and we'll go back on all the other enthusiasts and see who got their test and whatnot. Yeah, sometimes it's easier if I just search up the ID in the find function. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be a little strange at first, but we will see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow. yeah, we'll see how it plays out tomorrow with these changes. So 3, 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 6. Okay, here's where Jackson is. And I know that VLC playlist that I had there is also outdated, so if we want to keep going with it, I'd have to make some serious updates, but I mean, I don't update, I have not even updated the thing in a while. I pretty much, you know, discontinued it completely. I haven't even bothered updating anything in there, so I mean, I haven't even taken out Environment Canada since its weather radio service was shut down. I haven't even made a single darn change to it since then. So oh, that's right. We'll have to connect to my main and switch that URL out. So let's see. Is it still receiving? Yeah, it's receiving something. So I'm gonna have to wait until that's done before I can do anything else with it. So. All right, so let me go into the main here. So this is that, and I'm gonna swap it out in just a second. But I want to finish up with all the other ones. I guess I don't need the keyboard because now we're pretty much just playing the game with the mouse. So yeah, we're pretty much just using the mouse now to play the game. So we don't need to change anything else about Chicago. Do I have 445? Wait, what? Oh, that was a change I was gonna... That I almost, that was something I almost screwed up, but okay. Alright. Anyway, I was about to look for it. Okay. Alright, so it looks like I've added that. We were looking for 44599. Yep, and I see it right down there. And then DC we don't need to change. Little Rock we do need to change. So gotta look for it on this list. That's Mountain. We're looking at Central. Here we go, 35158. Memphis is good. Miami is good. We do need to switch out Medford. So we'll find it under Pacific. So at least the good thing about all of this is tomorrow, since as I stated earlier, Des Moines postponed their tests because of the severe weather potential. We'll use this opportunity to make sure that that URL actually works properly with my logger. So works properly with the logger. Although when I did monitor Verizon, the Verizon Fios Eastern Seaboard tests in here previously, the results were kind of mixed. But with Broadcastify taking this approach now, I don't know why they made this approach, but I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess it'll all depend on how it plays out. So 31430. And that is Knoxville. I don't need to change anything with Omaha. It's fine as it is. Nashville is fine. Norman is fine. Paducah is fine. I don't need to switch anything now south. Pittsburgh is fine. Do I have 41784 in here? No, I do not. Okay, I do not. And then this is the entirety of Mount Holly. So here we go. All right, perfect. That has been added in. Phoenix is fine. I've already switched out the URL from Raleigh. Let me be sure I did. Oh, that's the wrong letter. There we go. Alright, and then Riverton. XM61. Here we go. So we gotta take all this out. Place this in. This is Jackson, Kentucky. No, it says Charleston, West Virginia. But the transmitter is actually Ashland, Kentucky. That's where the transmitter comes out of. In fact, now that I see that that old URL is still there, let me swap it out. Let's see if we can get a Yahtzee here. No. Okay, 4 of a kind. Alright, Reno is fine. I've already added WSK58. Riverton is good. I've already changed that. I do need to switch out Springfield, which I will find. So I want to make sure that there's no other CDN something left after this. Okay, so here we go. Here's that one. All right, San Diego is fine. Shreveport, we don't need to change much of. What about San Angelo? Do we still have that other one still there? We do. Okay. So I'm going to replace both of them. This is WSK33, so I gotta swap this out. I did spot Salt Lake City earlier, right over here, so I'm gonna swap that out. And then Sacramento. I didn't change much of Tulsa. And then 47299. Alright, let's see if there are any CDN streams links that are still left. Okay, we have a 47248 that is still present. 47248. Oh, that's the oh wait, that's the Pueblo one. All right. Are there any more? Okay, there's another one. There's another one. Okay, I guess those are the only two left. So 46850. Oh, that's part of Fort Worth. So it looks like we've taken care of everything. However, I just have to carry the changes over from the Eastern Seaboard and the other time zone. And then after that, I don't think there will be too much else left. So let me copy this and paste it into here. All right. Too bad we already marked off Full House. Okay, and then where Des Moines is, this is Waterloo. All right, and I think that is it. Yep, that is every original URL removed. So let me bring the original one back, and here I'll just type this in and just be sure. Yep, cannot find. So that is everything. So we've swapped out all the monitors there. So all right, so the severe weather document and the Wednesday test document are both now ready to go. However, it's the daily monitor thing I need to change. Well, actually, I'll probably, you know what, I'll probably worry about it in the morning, considering I already have all the new URLs in there. So I'll wait till the morning to deal with that. All right. So one last thing before we are totally all set. I've actually already put the Thursday tests in on the AM/FM, so I don't need to worry about that. So I just need to put in this new URL now for Rockford. Alright, so that is that game. So now we'll go and power it off. Alright, so this is HLS01. Oh, it's 01. Stepfy.com/S0 feed 46130 playlist.m3u8. Okay, so there we go. We got Rockford in there now. We're pretty much all set. So now I just need to reset the main in order for the changes to take effect. And I think we're all set. Yeah, so we got Rockford in there. Everything looks to be good. But I just want to be totally sure that these URLs are correct. So tries to open. Yeah, sometimes I have to open it a second time just to get it to open, but yep. So the URL does in fact load, so it is correct. So the URL does load properly, so it is working correctly. All right, so the monitors have been updated, so we're pretty much all set to go here for tomorrow. And I'll just take all this out and leave it blank. And considering that we're already done with everything, now there's one last thing I'd like to do with this idea pad before I turn it off. That is to back up the updated NWR monitors document. So we have IP radio configs. Okay, so I'll just copy the whole folder. Copy the folder. And I'm just going to delete the IP radio configs folder. That's an old folder. I'll just grab the AMFM folder and pop that over separately. So, all right. In fact, I should probably go to the other computer too and make those same adjustments. Not really adjustments, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say adjustments, but rather back up all the monitor config files. Okay, now it's refusing disconnect. Yeah, it's refusing for some reason. I don't know why it's doing this, so. Yeah, I couldn't stop it, so I had to force it. Alright, so this is the AM/FM. So these are the AM/FM files. Okay, it looks like I had a station in there twice. Did I have it in there twice? Oh, whatever. Okay, so AM/FM monitors. Copy that to my flash drive. Oh, wait a second. Is it the same thing? Yeah, they're probably all do. Just replace them. Yeah, just replace any old files with the new versions. So, okay. All right, there we go. Now everything is totally up to date in terms of that. So in terms of those contents, it is now fully up to date. Yeah, quick turn on. Yeah, I forgot about all this other stuff. Wait, memory integrity. What if I turn this on? So, yeah, I'll figure that out. Alright, so I'm done with this idea pad, so I'll go ahead and put it back where it normally goes and let it shut off. And I will take this idea pad and put it right here. As I said, I'm going to work on getting it set up on Friday with everything. Okay, it's asking me to saying restart. I'm going to do that when I put the, I'm going to do that when I update the configuration, once I commit the changes for the config. So, yeah, I totally forgot about that, but hey, at least I remembered now, so. At least Defender's a good start. The built-in antivirus in Windows. Alright, so there's one final thing that we gotta take care of before we're done. Let's see who got the weeklies today. So this is Cleveland. So I see Mahone County got Cleveland. Safety Gear. Safety Gear. I've never seen that radio, nor have I ever heard of it. But that is it's a pretty interesting little thing. I've never seen it before. So Miami did test. So that tells me either WVOI no longer works, or I forgot to throw them in this, or I forgot to put them in this updated document. Let me take a look. Did I have them in this? Did I have them in the document? Okay, I don't think I have them. I don't think I had them in there, but let me check. Yeah, cannot find WVOI. I don't think it's in there. Let me check here. Okay, here it is. WVOI 21, whatever it is. And let me throw that into the Wednesday document. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I did not have WVOI in there. So Miami did test, but I didn't have WVOI. But that's the thing. We're checking everything, making sure it's all good, so that way we can make adjustments for next week. And replace the file that's already in there. And that's it. That is all we need to do. So once this finishes, I'll restart the station. Well, actually, I'm going to wait for everything to finish relaying on the. Okay, this is the last thing on the AMF. Well, actually, there's one more thing. So once that thing finishes receiving on the main, I will restart the PC to apply those changes, and then we'll be all set. I see Piedmont region got the very late. This is real. It's 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. He says. Yeah, I did not expect USP to test this late, but I'm surprised they actually went later than normal. So anyway, CXP got the Morning Tampa Weekly. This was a severe thunderstorm warning from July 21st. Central Illinois EAS actually got one of my local transmitters, WXK24 out of Odell. And of course, he also got Lincoln's test. And then Super Mario got Mount Holly's Weekly off of WXJ94 Lewis, Delaware, as well as Wakefield's morning and evening test. And then Mahoney Valley premiered the severe weather event from July 21st. And I see Jimmy's Hobbies did a video on a sprinkler head. Impulse sprinkler head. Just spraying the lawn with it. Interesting. Plus the weekly test with that Dream Sky. With that Dream Sky thing I remember seeing on unboxing of a little bit ago. But a little bit ago I remember seeing an unboxing of that Dream Sky radio. That's actually the same brand that alarm clock. Or not really alarm clock, but just it's just used as a display clock at one of my relatives. That's okay. Is it done? Looks like it's done. Okay, so I'll go ahead and shut it off now and prep it for a reset. I'm gonna let it finish scanning all the files, and then once it's done, I'll restart it to apply all the other changes here. And I see Weber State WX got the weekly twice. So it seems like this is how Spokane does it. So I see. Stupid thing is LWX said they canceled the RWT, but they tested anyway. That reminds me of something. When NWS Indianapolis says that they would not test on Wednesday, when every office in Indiana says they would not test on Wednesday because of the statewide tornado drill on Tuesday, but yet they all still test anyway. For Northern Indiana, it's because they cover Ohio and Michigan. For Paducah, it's because they also cover Kentucky and Illinois. And for Indianapolis, their whole entire coverage is Indiana, and yet they still run the weekly test on Wednesday as they normally do. Chicago, on the other hand, they run the test on Tuesday, and then they don't do it again on Wednesday. Plain and simple. I think that's that is absolutely bizarre. There's no weather in Rock Hill, just pressure. Oh no. And Gem Guy got Birmingham's test, so at least that tells me that Birmingham tested. Oh yeah, there was more angles I was watching of something else. I don't know if any of you follow the smartphone world, but on Monday, T-Mobile. In fact, if T-Mobile was the last carrier in the United States to discontinue their 2G service to, of course, make way for much faster 5G coverage, and probably, maybe more to improve on their 5G ultra wideband. The 5G ultra wideband coverage. I just saw the crash. I just saw the crash screen come up when I hit restart. Well, perfect time to do that because it was still closing things up and restarting. So I don't know if that had to do with Defender, but I don't know. But yeah, T-Mobile shut down their 5G. Anyway, T-Mobile shut down their 2G service on Monday morning, August 3rd. And it looks like they did it nationwide, specifically for the Pacific time zone. It happened just after 6 a.m. And then if they just shut down all the 2G towers or whatever was left of it one by one in a particular region, all within the same time, or within a span of 30 minutes, I think it was, with the last one going out at 6:45 at that time. So I was thinking, but there were a few that still remained afterwards, but those were eventually turned off as well. So yeah, I've seen several angles, including one of them. Two of them actually showed one of the very last calls, showing the progression of one of the very last calls that would ever be done on 2G cellular, as well as messages and that. So this was Southern PA's reaction.
You said you were going to cancel today. What the hell? Thanks, 300. Dude.
I guess maybe DC said they were going to cancel, but then I think somebody there might have changed their mind. I think somebody at the forecast office might have actually changed their mind and decided to do it. So, interesting. And I see Talon County WX got the Boston Weekly today too. Connected up to a fireline panel for some reason. And then this is State College. And then he ran that live stream this morning, which of course I missed. Lancaster got Mount Holly and State College, of course, on both WNG 704 and WXL 40 respectively. This Siren Test, Rochester, Minnesota. Mahoney County got Pittsburgh's Weekly off of WWG 53 Parker. And then Zachary Coleman got the Weekly off of WXL 46, WXG 46 Dayton. Yoshi Fan got Albany's Test on whatever Albany stations were still operating. And then this flash photo warning from Helena, Montana from July 22nd. And then over here, I see Hall County got this severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if it was today or something else. I don't know if it was. Oh, I haven't updated. Yeah, I may as well update this version too, because I haven't even gotten any of this back on the air yet. So I'm gonna take this moment and update it to the latest version before we get it back online. So let me just be sure that everything. Let me just be sure that whatever I enabled was enabled successfully. So that was from earlier today. And then this severe weather compilation. He hasn't got a date situated yet. Let's see. Where was the app and browser control? That's fine. And where does it show about that other option? Not health report. I see the new secure boot certificates are still there. Guess I don't get that option, so. But it's all good. It's running. That's what counts. So. It's still waiting for it to close, but it has already closed. Update aborted. Storm White got the weekly on KH63 in Orlando. He missed the headers of it. Savage got this is everything from October 2025. He's still catching up on stuff. He has a lot of stuff to catch up on. And then Chevy AS got the weekly test from Gray, Maine. I might have to go to the task manager to close it. So. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Go to task manager and close any remaining instances of the process. Okay, it looks like we lost a lot of stuff. Or is it not responding? Can I type? Yeah, it's not responding. And restart it. Yeah, I think this this SSD is, with it going this slow, yeah, it's on the brink of failure. I know that for sure. But that's why I have a 1 terabyte drive ready. That's why I have a 1 terabyte drive ready. So can I do stuff with it now? Yes, I can. I'm gonna have to find any other process. Okay, here we go. OBS and end. All right, there we go. Now it's updating. So, okay. So we use the Home Patrol replay feature. And then Thunderbuddy got some flash flood warnings from it today. And this is everything from July 3rd. Is that even right? 2010, 2030. This is only 2026. Interesting. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Some stuff about. Oh, this was the very same. Oh, here we go. The Frazier's rail cam on the BNSF Aurora subdivision caught that very same locomotive that I saw earlier. It caught that very same locomotive that I saw earlier in Downers Grove. Yeah, that very same train. So yeah, we can launch because it's already launched. So that very same train with locomotive number 2026. I was just talking about that. This is Central Illinois stuff. Giant Thunder caught up with stuff from May 14th, and then some lash up of that locomotives there. And then All County got the Peachtree City test, which failed, which my logger failed. Saratoga County got the WXL 37. It's a mock. I could tell that was a. I don't know if I should call it a mock or a remake. I'll probably just. I think I should consider it a remake. All right. Did I take out Minnesota? Shoot, I took out Minnesota, didn't I? Shoot, I took it. Actually, it's not going to matter because it's going to be originated via CAP. So, and I know WJ1's going to take it. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. And even then, it would say it won't really matter. Oh, I see CSX towing some Metra SD70s to be used on a few of the lines. Chaos MOX got the Lincoln Weekly on WSG 75 Springfield and KXI 46 Shelbyville. Accurate got the Indianapolis Weekly on KC 74. This was a missing endangered autistic teen announcement. Idaho from earlier this morning. And Landon got the morning Tampa test. And I don't think he got the evening test as well because I think he had other stuff going on. Oh, what is this? The final 60 seconds of T-Mobile GSM in the US. So I see somebody caught the final moments of T-Mobile's GSM service. Just ends abruptly. So it tries to dial it again, and then it just stops. Yeah, he just tries to dial it again, then it fails. There's no service. Yeah. That was the final 60 seconds of GSM. Now, I want to see. Now, one final thing I'd like to check before we're done is I'd like to see how Southern PAWX knew that where everybody knew DC was not going to test. Doesn't say anything on their Facebook page. I don't think they don't usually post cancellations on their Facebook page or social media. Yeah, they don't do that. So I guess either they must have I don't know what they did, but So they tested during a flash flood warning for Baltimore County, Maryland. Good job, LWX. Good freaking job. Tested in the middle of a flash flood warning. Yeah, there was something else I had to get taken care of, but good thing I did. So they tested during a flash flood warning for Baltimore, Maryland, and then after they issued that, they decided to change. They actually changed their mind and decided to test anyway. So they said, I don't know why they said they would cancel it and then do it. I feel like this is Indianapolis. I feel like they're trying to pull Indiana Severe Weather Awareness Week kind of thing, where they say they would cancel, but where they would say they would not test again, or in this case, they would just not test, and then yet they do it anyway. So, yeah, sort of like that. Yeah, yeah. Essentially, it's sort of like that, but so other than a few of the other offices who did not test today for one reason or another, everybody else, on the other hand, did end up getting their test in, so that is good. So as far as confirmations go, only Des Moines and Kansas City have postponed their tests. I don't know about St. Louis or anybody else, but I'm going to assume that they tested, but I'm still going to put them in anyway, just to be sure. Just to be sure that they had postponed. If they did postpone, then of course I'll see them come up. But if not, then they had tested on, they did test on Wednesday, and my logger failed to pick it up because of issues with the stream or something else. I don't know. But it could be something else. It could be something more. But then again. So, with that being said, that's everything. That is everything I've got for you tonight. So, thank you for joining us for our Wednesday Fun and Games show. Now, as I've said, this is actually going to be the last time for quite some time that we will be running the shortened version of the Weekly Test Wednesday show because, yes, you heard the name correctly. The show is coming back in its full entirety next week. So that is right. Next week, we're gonna do the Weekly Test Wednesday show in its entirety. That means we're gonna be here at home covering, every time zone: Pacific time zone, the Mountain time zone, the Central time zone, you name it, everything. But I was thinking about something else I wanted to try too, but now I can't remember. Now I don't remember where that one particular thing went. But yeah, I don't remember where that one particular thing went. But I was thinking of maybe trying the weekly out with it and seeing what it would be like. I don't know. I probably got that idea when I was watching those videos of. When I was watching all those videos of those old cell phones turning on and off. I don't know what my mind's gotten into. All I just wanted to do was just watch the final moments of an old, outdated, obsolete wireless technology be shut off forever in favor of the much more powerful 5G. Yeah, the much more powerful 5G network. But then instead I end up finding myself with all these wireless carriers. Great. Now I was thinking of another idea for work, but I'm not gonna go into detail with that. But yeah, this week has just been it's just been an absolutely wild week. This IdeaPad 5 decided to come to life again somehow. I don't know how it decided to come to life again, but it did. That, and then I got to see 2 special locomotives in Downers Grove, and all of that is pretty much at this point. There's only 3 episodes left of the season, before it's totally all said and done. So we will do another one of those tomorrow morning, bright and early at 7 a.m. And we hope you'll join us for that. And then back here that night, 5 p.m. for the next edition of Backyard Baseball. And hopefully we will be able to do it at its usual time this week. So I'm looking forward to that. So until then, on behalf of all of us here at Jesselyn Field Productions, we bid you all good night.